Okay, so good morning. So I request everyone to please go on mute. And today we will start with plots. Okay, so can people see my screen? And I request everyone to open a new Jupyter notebook and dedicate it to the plots. So we would be creating many plots today. So basically you can say we are going to start with exploratory data analysis. We'll see n number of plots or graphs or bars, whatever. How many people have joined? 15. Normally in your class, there are around 20, right? So maybe few are still to come, but let's get started. So let's start. Import pandas as PD. Import karo numpy. Expectation is people will code along with me. Import numpy as in P. And then I'll say import matplotlib dot pyplot as PLT. And import Seaborn as SNS. Okay, so pandas and numpy you guys are already familiar with. Matplotlib and Seaborn are the two libraries which we would be using for our plots. So there are many libraries which can be used for plots, but most prominent are your Matplot and Seaborn. Then you can have couplings and plotly, many others. But all the plots which you want to have, they can be created either by using Matplot or using your Seaborn, right? Creating the graph would be very easy. And I'll start as usual with a very simple one, and then we keep on adding the features to it. Let me know once you have imported it, then we'll start. Okay, done. कार्तिक पहली बार आया क्लास में? कब? मैंने तो नहीं देखा पहले। हैं? अच्छा, उस दिन के बाद से आज। अच्छा ठीक। बट तुम ऑनलाइन में लेक्चर अटेंड करते थे राइट? पक्का? अच्छा चलो लेट्स गेट स्टार्ट, है ना? So matplotlib is obviously new for you as of now, but let's say after 2 hours, you would be very well versed with matplot and seaborn because creating plots are very simple. And especially after learning a Python, working on Python for so many sessions. So let me create a number. Let me say number. Create a list with some numbers. Let me say numbers. And if I say, if I want to plot these numbers, so what I'll do, what is PLT guys? PLT, एक सेकंड यहाँ पे देखना सब लोग, PLT is nothing but your matplotlib. Another name of your matplotlib.pyplot is PLT. It is same as like we were giving the another name for pandas as PD or numpy as NP. Now, whatever plot you want to plot, you can see from this. So many plots are available. So many functions I'll say. I want to plot this thing, so I'll just say now. Plot हो जाता है. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 के बाद I think I had missed a 5, but still, तो line थोड़ा सा ऐसे ऐसे दिखती है. Now it comes as straight line. These are the straight line numbers. So if you just want to see the points, you can say put something a star or you can put a dot. Let's see if it works. And then there are many symbols which you can use. Okay, you can use O also, whatever. Many symbols which you can use. Then guys, okay, now, obviously in your real life, you won't be needing these simple kind of plots. Okay, so let me say square. So plt.plot. Okay, see, everyone, please listen to one thing. Let's say A is a point. Let's say A is a point. Then for any point, you have two coordinates. You have your X coordinate followed by the Y coordinate. If it is three-dimensional, then you will have a Z coordinate. It means whichever thing you give, first it becomes your X coordinate. So, or let me say, if A is a point and you have B, comma, C, comma, D, or let me say you just have B, comma, C, then B would be taken on your X axis and C would be taken on your Y axis. Am I right? So if I say plt.plot and I say num, comma, square, so it will build a X and Y plot. The square की spelling गलत है. SQUARE. So देखो एक plot आ जाता है. So on your X axis, you have numbers from 1 till 10. And on your Y axis, you have numbers from 0 till 100. So it is your X and Y plot. Please create it and then we will change the color and all those things. Done. Anyone who is getting error? किसी को error आ रहा है? And what's the error message? PLT.plot पूरा error message तो पढ़ो. See, yes, X and Y should have same. See, for example, in what is num? Num is a list. How many records I have? I have 10 records. So I should have 10 records over here also. Let me say if I remove one record, even I get an error. And the error message is loud and clear. It says X and Y must have same dimension, but have shapes 10 and 9. So either you reduce one over here or you add another over there. Okay, so for each X, you should have a Y. For each X, you should have a Y. Okay. Yes. For every X, you should have a Y, or you can say for every Y, you should have an X. Okay. Now, let's say you build this graph. You build this graph and you want to show it to someone else. तो क्या उसको समझ में आएगा X and Y axis पे क्या है? नहीं, right? Let's say तुम इसे न्यूज़पेपर में छापना चाहते हो. Then the person who is seeing your graph obviously doesn't know your coding. उसको coding part तो नहीं दिख रहा है. He is just seeing your graph. So it would be very difficult for him to understand what is the user trying to plot. So what I can do is I can say something like this. I can say plt dot X label, and I can say numbers. And similarly, if X label is there, then Y label has to be there. I can say the squares. Now, do you notice the squares is printed on your X-axis and number is printed on your, sorry, squares is printed on your Y-axis and number is printed on your X-axis. Okay. So this is how you plot plt dot X label. Whatever you give inside the codes, it would be printed as it is. वैसे का वैसे print कर देगा. थोड़ा टाइम पे आया करो, मिस कर जाते हो तुम लोग. 8:30 का 9 रखा है, इसीलिए तुमने 9:30 कर लिया. घड़ी क्या देख रहे हो? 9:30 हो गया है. उसको विश्वास नहीं था कि 9:30 हो गया. So guys, I am stopping for 5 minutes. Some people have just came to the class. Sab log please catch up till this point. And those who have done, please have some patience. Let others complete. बाजू वाले से देख के उतनी कोडिंग करो फटाफट. Okay. Now, Acha, do you notice that this plot is of which color? Color is क्या blue है? Blue is the default color. Suppose I want to change the color. I'm fed up with this blue color. So I can say color equal to R. Color equal to red or color equal to green or color equal to whatever. Yellow. देखें yellow काम करेगा कि नहीं. अच्छा, now the question is, guys, please have a look over there. Question is, how many colors do I have? कितने colors होंगे? And how to get the code for each color? Answer is Google. Number of colors are, I will not say infinite, but for human beings, मेरे इस इंसान के लिए तो infinite ही है. So what you can do is you can just go to Google and say colors in Matplotlib. Okay, and go to some page. Okay, now can you see this thing? So all these are the colors. Can you see this thing? These are all the shades of the colors. So within red itself, you have so many things: red, salmon red, tomato, dark salmon, coral. So most of them should work. Okay. So I don't recommend the names to be remembered. Whenever you want to have some fancy color, just do a Google and put a name. So let's take orange or concept. Let's say brown. Brown, will brown work? It should work. So brown also works. Okay. So take any color. Indigo, dark orchid, whatever. Okay. Pale. Okay. So this is how you can change the color. Go to read the documentation and choose any color. Otherwise, there are some basic colors which you will always remember, like your red, blue, green, right? Now, if I see this graph, guys, is something missing? कुछ missing लगता है? क्या? Missing is what is the name of the plot? Plot के कुछ नाम तो दिए ही नहीं. So what I can do is I can say plt.title. plt.title, and let me say number versus squares. So now do you notice number versus square gets written? It becomes the name of your plot. Please go ahead and do it. Let me know once everyone has done it. So follow. Okay. So let's add some more add-on parameters, small parameters. So this number versus square. Suppose now everyone guys, एक second please सब लोग यहाँ पे देखना. Suppose this is a plot and this plot looks small to me. I want to increase the size of the plot. So what I'll do is I'll say plt dot figure. Plt dot figure and I'll say fixed size equal to give some number, reasonable number 6 by 6 का plot हमें कर दो. Or if 6 by 6 doesn't seem to be that good, probably you can go by 8 by 8. Okay. So you can keep on increasing the size of the plot. Acha, now one more thing. So it can be 6 by 6, 8 by 8. If you want, you can build a rectangle also where x and y are not same. If you want, you can put it more based upon your requirement. So 10 by 10, whatever. One thing which you need to keep in mind is that plt dot figure should be the first line. Agar wo first line nahi hai, then changes would not be reflecting. Because first it will create the figure and within that figure it will fit the plot. Okay. So when you want to increase the size or decrease the size, plt dot figure size should be the first line and then only plt dot plot should come. Okay. So iske aage comment likh do. Obvious. This is very obvious thing. You will remember it. It should be the first line. And then only plt dot plot should come. Otherwise, changes will not reflect. Can I increase the size of the font? Font का size क्या हम increase कर सकते हैं? So for example, number versus squares थोड़ा सा छोटा दिख रहा है. Then what I can do is I can say size equal to some number. Let me say 12. 12 से कुछ fast फर्क नहीं पड़ा. Let me go for 15. Do you notice the size is increasing? So even if this is not prominent, let me say 20. Number versus squares. And similarly, size parameter can be used with your X label also and with your Y label. Again, I repeat, to increase or decrease the size of the font, you can use the size parameter. And whether you take 10 or whether you take 20 or 12, that is something like your trial and error. That is something like a trial and error. Okay? There is no fixed guideline. And also keep one thing in mind, there is no fixed guideline which color you should use. वो तुम्हारे ऊपर है, ठीक है ना? Normally कौन सा color use करोगे? नहीं, जो तुम्हारे मैनेजर को पसंद है वो यूज करो ना, क्योंकि दिखाने तो उसी को वाले हो. तो जो कस्टमर को पसंद है वही कलर डालते हैं, ठीक है? हम तो रिक्वायरमेंट के हिसाब से नंबर भी चेंज कर देते हैं. उसको जैसे नंबर चाहिए हम वैसा दिखा. कैंपेन रन करनी है तो कैंपेन के हिसाब से नंबर रन कर दो, नहीं रन करनी तो नंबर हटा दो. ये प्रैक्टिकल टिप दिया मैंने तुम्हें, लाइफ में बहुत काम. Try changing the font of your X label and Y label also. Use the very same size parameter. Use the very same size parameter and try changing it. Done, guys? Okay, now don't you think ये plot थोड़ा सा empty लग रहा है ना? What I can do is I can say plt.grid. plt.grid. Now this looks quite good. So it will add a grid. Okay, now guys, everyone have a look. So what I've done is marker equal to star. So it is indicating the points also. So for example, let me say, so 6,36 is 1 point. Yes or no? 6,36 is a point. So it is indicating that point also. So 6,36 is that. Do what? अच्छा कोड देखना. Error message. We can also use. Oh, see, you can use many things. इसका documentation पढ़ लो. See, go down. Everyone, please have a look over here. देखो, what all things are supported. Go down, down, down. कहीं पे तो मैंने इसका देखो. ये सारी चीजें supported. You can use any one of them. So I have used the star. You can use any of them. You can use 1 or comma, 0, V, all these things. All these things are supported. Try करके देखो, please. No property. Marker. Spelling mistake है. MARKER. Color of marker. मतलब तो marker अलग color में चाहिए. नहीं बाप रे. ये क्वेश्चन पहली बार लाइफ में सुनना, बट लेट्स सी क्या, बिकॉज कलर इक्वल टू दिस कलर अप्लाइज टू एवरीथिंग. कलर ऑफ मार्कर. ठीक है. आई एम नॉट श्योर ऐसा पॉसिबल है कि नहीं, बट प्लॉट्स आर वेरी इफेक्टिव. सो मार्कर्स का डॉक्यूमेंटेशन यहाँ स्टार्ट हो रहा है. लाइन स्टाइल ब्लू लेट मी से अगर मैं एक्स्ट्रा कलर डालूं तो वो क्या आ जाएगा, एरर दे रहा है। फिर तो एक ही चीज कर सकते हैं कि गूगल भाई के पास जाते हैं, ठीक है। कैन वी चेंज द कलर ऑफ मार्कर इन मैटप्लॉटलिब? मैटप्लॉटलिब का डॉक्यूमेंटेशन, हाउ टू चेंज द मार्कर कलर। कलर यहाँ पर तो सी मार्कर इक्वल टू ओ, स्पेसिफिकली मार्कर का कलर। C equal to colors marker, marker equal to marker दिया है, pretty dot show किया है। Yes, tell me. क्या पेस्ट करो कोड ऑन द चैट विंडो, लेट्स सी। पॉसिबल हो तो जाना चाहिए। I have never used the attach option. Put it on the chat. If it works, then I'll project it for everyone. Mark face color equal to blue. Okay, let's see. Does it works or not? Mark face color equal to, instead of blue, okay, let's take blue only. चेंज होता हुआ नहीं दिख रहा। मार्क फेस कलर इक्वल टू ब्लू, बट एरर भी नहीं दिया है उसने, तो इट मींस इट शुड। मार्कर साइज तो ठीक है, मार्कर साइज यू गिव व्हाटएवर। मार्कर साइज ब्लू और लेट मी से ग्रीन। हो रहा है ग्रीन, हो रहा है। मार्कर साइज ओके, अच्छा पहले भी हो रहा होगा बट शायद हमें दिख नहीं रहा होगा। हाँ पहले भी हो रहा है बट वो छोटा सा है, राइट, बट हमें दिख नहीं रहा था। ओके लेट मी से मार्कर इक्वल टू ओ, now it's happening. So marker size, so if you just want to change the color of the marker, you can use this. So good option, thank you. Marker face color equal to whatever color, ठीक है। बट यहाँ पे इसने अपफ्रंट देना चाहिए था। ओके चलो, एनीवे, एनी डाउट, एनी क्वेश्चंस गाइस टिल दिस पॉइंट? सबको क्लियर है? So try remembering these parameters. These would be used in almost every plot, almost all the plot, how to change the color, how to put your X label, Y label, kuch bhi. Okay. Now let's have a, since you have seen a single line plot, now let's have a multiple line plot. Multiple line plots, it means more than one line in a single plot. More than one line in a single plot. Okay, for a time being, everyone stop what they're doing and let's focus over there. So I am copy pasting one data which I already have, and then I'll create a plot in front of you. I'll slowly add the parameters. And as and when I keep on adding the parameters, you will keep on getting what is the meaning of each and every parameter. Okay, so I have created few lists. One is your Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and another is your time hours. Okay. So this is within your each list, you are having some numbers. So this is number of, I can say, number of visitors on your website, or you can say digital traffic. How many people are visiting your website on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday? And this is your time hours. This is your time in 24 hours format. So I hope people can guess. 14 will imply 2 p.m. and 16 would be 4 p.m. So on different day, during different time, at different time, the number of people would keep on changing, and number of visitors on your website in thousands. Okay. Now, I want to compare. You want to compare at on which day and at what time the number of people are maximum or minimum, or what is the pattern. So I can say PLT dot plot. PLT dot plot. So when I am plotting this Monday and time, so what should be taken on your x-axis? So should I take time on my x-axis? As the time will vary, the number of people visiting your website would also vary on Monday. So I get one plot. What I'll do for comparison, I'll just copy it once, twice more, and put it Tuesday also and Wednesday also. So I get 3 lines. Okay. I get 3 lines. And let me say, I change the color also. So I'll say that color of the Monday should be denoted in green. Color of the Tuesday should be denoted in blue. You guys are already familiar with these color parameters now. And let me say this thing should be denoted in your red. This is one extra. So I get 3 lines with 3 colors. And if I want to add, I can add a marker also. Okay, let's add a marker as well. Marker equal to, let me say, normally I use the star, so I'm just putting star. You can use anything which you are familiar with. So you get this thing. Okay. Any doubt till this point? No doubt, right? Because I have already introduced all these parameters separately. Now I'm combining all these parameters. Now, so probably you can notice that around 12 or between 11, the traffic is maximum, right? And then it goes down, then further increases, and then finally it goes down, right? Now, again, do you notice that something is missing in this plot? Since I have done the coding, so I know that color green is for Monday, and blue is for Tuesday, and your red is for Wednesday. But your customer, to whomever you are showing, will not understand this thing. So it means I need to add a legend. I need to add a legend which will tell me which color is for which day. कौन सा color किस दिन के लिए? Am I right? So is this thing missing? Or before that thing, let me do one thing. Let me add it. First of all, let me add a X label and this thing. So in labels, what I can say, X label time in 24 hours format, and copy this thing, put it over here, and I'll say Y label web users in thousands. Users in thousands. So this thing gets written on your X and Y axis. Now I want to add a legend. Legend as in which color indicates which day. So what I can do is I can just say PLT dot legend. Let's see, will it work or not? So when I say PLT dot legend, it doesn't give me any error, but there are no changes also. ऐसा इसलिए हो रहा है because I need to add a one more parameter. I'll say label equal to Monday. Copy this thing, put it over here, put it over here, and this would be your Tuesday, and this would be your Wednesday. Now, do you notice a legend comes which indicates that green line is for Monday, blue is for Tuesday, and red one is for Wednesday. Okay. So what I will do is I will put this data on the chat so that you don't waste your time using creating the data. And rest other things I expect people to code slowly. Okay. So take the data from the chat and do coding on your, and then probably we'll add some more parameters, small. You can add your this thing. You can add your grade, you can change the figure size and all those things. Done. Okay. Now, similarly, I can add this thing also, plt.title, right? I can add a plt.title, and title is take and give any name, users on different days of the week. If you want, you can add a grid. A grid add kar do. Now, if you are showing this plot, can you tell me what is the maximum value? Exactly. If someone is saying the graph, can he get the exact value, exact maximum value? Badao, possible hai? He will get an idea that maximum value is more than 1600. But exactly kitni hai? What is the exact value? User cannot see the exact value. But if you want to see the exact value, what I can do, I need to write something on this graph. Because at the end, you will show only the graph. You cannot show the coding. You cannot show the data. आखिरी में तो सिर्फ graph ही दिखाओगे. So what I can do is I can write the maximum value. I can see what is the maximum value. Maximum value कितनी है guys? बताओ. Check the data and let me know. So as of now, it seems to be 1670 to me. Or is there any number more than this? 1670. Now, where do I want to write this 1670? I would write this 1670 near the highest number. So what is the x and y coordinate of the highest number? So it would be somewhere around 11, right? Now what I'll do is I'll say plt dot text. What does this plt dot text take? It takes your x comma y. If you want to write something on the plot, you need to tell which position you want to write. Uska starting location de do and then it will write. Suppose I want to write something on this plot, then where should I write? I need to tell the software. So I'll say x equal to 11 and let me say y equal to how much? 1670. Let me take a little down number, 1650, and then it says s. So s equal to max value is 1670. Do you notice it gets printed over there? Max value is 1670. Where did it got printed? It got printed on the x equal to 11 and y equal to 1650. Suppose, just to make you clear, ki iska impact kya? If I say x equal to 2, do you notice it gets shifted somewhere else? Kahan pe gayi? Yahan pe aa gayi. Max value is equal to 1670. So because values are starting with 8. So let me say x equal to 8. Do you notice? It starts from position. So what is this 8,6.8,61650? These are the coordinates. Coordinates of your starting point. Where do you want to start? So again, let me go back to 11 and I write it over there. Max value is 1670. So whenever you want to write, tell the point where you want to write and whatever you want to write. Okay. Maximum value is 1670. Do you notice it is printed as it is without any changes? Done? Is everything clear? Okay. So this was your line chart, or you can say scatter chart. The first one was your scatter plot. This is your line chart. Now let's move toward the another thing, that is your histograms. Let's move toward the another thing, histograms. So basically, histogram is normally used when your data is numeric and continuous. When your data is numeric and continuous. Another thing is histogram can be used to find if data is normally distributed or not. So इस line को सब लोग mark out करेंगे. If someone asks you how to find data is normally distributed or not, the first answer should be histogram. Using my plotting method, if I plot histogram, I will just by plotting histogram, I can find it out if my data is normally distributed or not. Is there any other way to find whether data is normally distributed or not? क्या कोई और तरीका है to find whether data is normally distributed or not? Mean and median पढ़ा है ना? If there is a very big difference between mean and median, it means data is not normally distributed. In normal distribution, mean should be close to the median. If not exactly same, then they should be same. They should be close, very close. If they are not close, then data is not normally distributed. It can be right skewed, it can be left skewed. Okay. But now the question is, what is histograms? So I'm saying histograms are used when your data is numeric and continuous. So for example, so in histogram, you divide the data in bins, or you can say intervals. In bins, divide data in intervals, bins or intervals. Okay, now let me say, I'll just take an example. Suppose there was an exam. some need be जो भी exam समझ लो, in which some 10,000 people appeared. 10,000 people appeared. Okay. There was an exam in which some 10,000 people appeared. Okay. And people can get the marks. People can get the marks between, let's say, from 0 to 100. There were 10,000 people who appeared for the exam, and each candidate can get a mark between 0 to 100. Now, how would you show this data on a graph? इसको graph पे कैसे show? You don't have any other choice but to go for your histogram. So what I will do is, from 0 to 100, I will break this into some equal parts of, I'll say few equal parts, or you can say intervals, or you can say bins. Let me say I am breaking them from 0 to 10, and then greater than 10 to 20, then greater than 20 to, let's say, 30, then greater than 30 to, let me say, 40, and it goes on till, let's say, 90 to 100. Then I can, since I know the marks of each and every candidate, I can find how many people belong to this interval 0 to 10. So let me say out of 10,000, some 500 belong over here. Out of 10 to 20, let's say some 700 belong over here. 20 to 30, let me say some 900 are there. And suddenly there is a many people out of 10,000, let me say some 4,000 belong to over here. And then from 40 to 50, let me say again the number goes down to 2,000. And this continues. Okay. Now what I can do is, on x-axis, I can say from 0 to 100. So this would be 10, this would be 20, this would be 30, this would 30, this would be 40, and it will go until 100. So I can get a count, and on y-axis, what I can have a count. So for 0 to 10, there were 500 people. Let me say this was something like your 100, or let me not say 100. Let me say this was your 250. This was your 500. So from 0 to 10, there were 500 people. So my graph would be looking something like this. Bar. Between 10 to 20, there were 700. So the bar would be little longer this time. Between 20 to 30, it was 900. So it would be little more longer. Between the 30 and 40, it was sudden explosion. So it would be even. So basically on x-axis, what do I have? I have my bins, or you can say I have my intervals. And on y-axis, I have the count for each and every interval. Is this thing getting clear? Okay. So this type of representation is known as your histograms. Build kar le histogram. So quite easy. Let's go ahead and build it. Okay, do one thing. Read any file. Read any file which has some numbers. So let me say, कौन सी file उठा लें? Empty cars उठा लो. I want to have a little bigger data set so that I can show you what is your left skewed and right skewed. ये वाला data उठा लो. Credit risk उठा लो. And then you can take any other data set. Okay. So you are already familiar with this data. Now, which all columns are numeric and continuous? Can I say applicant column is a numeric and continuous? So what I'll do, I'll say plt.hist, and I'll say cr.applicant income, and you get a histogram. Is this histogram, from this histogram, what do you get? Is this left skewed, right skewed, or normal distribution? थोड़े लोग लेफ्ट बोल दो, थोड़े लोग राइट, थोड़े लोग नॉर्मल, कोई एक आंसर जरूर सही होगा. Right skewed है because can you notice tail is on the right hand side. So probably around 50,000, 60,000 count is very less. So you don't see a very big line. But if I change the color to red, probably you will notice. Okay. So plt.hist, and what is cr.applicant income? It is nothing but your data point. And your X label, Y label, the way you change your X label, Y label will remain same. The way you put the title will remain the same. The way you change the size of the title and X label will also remain the same. No changes over there. Done? Okay. So basically what it has done is the number of bins it has taken by default. But if I want, I can change the number of bins or number of intervals. So bins equal to none. So it has taken a default. So let me say bins equal to 20. Can you notice the number of bins increases? Number of towers increases. यहाँ पे colon दे दो, so you will not get unnecessary documentation. Yes. You want to store a graph in variable, but why? It is easy to? Okay. Let me say. Store होता है कि नहीं? So it will store the values. जो values तुम्हारे आए ना, but why do you want to store it in a variable? ये मैं पहली बार सुन रहा हूँ. No. See, you are missing one thing. This is not a user-defined function that you can give a call. ठीक है, या तो तुम इसे function में डालो, फिर उस function को call करो. ठीक है. If you are creating, ठीक है. Otherwise, it will not. Okay, so what parameters so someone is? So Dhruv is asking, sir, how to decide what number of what number to put in bins. Can someone answer his question? He has written me a direct message and he says, this is his question. How to decide what numbers to put in the bins? कोई इस क्वेश्चन का आंसर करना चाहेगा? Answer, there is no answer to this question. Keep one thing in mind, plot is some bit of maths and bit of arts. तो तुम्हें कौन सा कलर लेना है and how many bins you want to showcase, that is, there is no fixed answer. Number of bins, how many number of bins you will take, whichever suits your graph, whichever you think is looking good in your graph. There is no right or wrong answer over. Okay, but obviously there are few things that don't take many bins. It will look clumsy, right? Whichever things looks good to you and suits your requirement, take those number of bins. Okay. It is कुछ तो ये drawing है, so drawing में there is nothing right or wrong कि मुझे आँख दिखानी है नहीं दिखानी है, right? So what is this edge color? Can people notice the difference with edge color? So do you notice the bars? You are able to see the edges of the bar, right? K will show you the edges. इसमें कुछ और वैल्यू डाल के देखो, देखो क्या वर्क करता है. So K is a parameter. It will show highlight your edges. Edge color equal to K. And डाल के देखो. Blue. So it will show you edge colors. So K will just highlight it. K will put your edges in black. Suppose if I put it in something like this, B. So it will show you the edge colors in blue. Can you notice? And let me say is any other color supported. Now the color of edges become green. Okay. मैंने एक फाइल दी थी सब किसी को, ये वाली फाइल लंग टैप. चेक, इज दिस फाइल देयर? CSV फाइल चेक तो करो एक बार. नहीं है? पक्का? ओके, देन जस्ट गिव मी अ मिनट. I'll send out. किसको भेजा था? प्रथमेश, राइट? क्या नाम? PTMS, राइट? PTMS जोशी. और दूसरा कल्पेश 6. भेज दिया. Okay, file read. Set करिए सबको. Guys, read the file and run the head function on it. So there is nothing special in this data, but one of the column over here is kind of normally distributed. So I just want to take that column. Okay, guys. So do one thing. सबने file read किया? Yes, no? Yes. So for example, let's say height. What is this height? This height is the height of a person. Height of a person in inches. So let me say, if I say PLT dot test, and if I say LCN dot height, and let's say the bins equal to 25. So how many bins you want to have, that is your choice. Okay? Whichever makes your graph look better, take those many. There is no fixed answer, right or wrong. Now, can I say this looks somewhat normally distributed? The values slowly increase and slowly fall. It's not 100% normally distributed, but I can still say that it is still normally distributed. Let's see what is the mean and median for this thing. Let me run the describe function over here and see. So mean is 64 and median is around 65. So almost same, right? So it looks to be little bit normally distributed. Done, guys? Okay. So do you notice at the starting I have imported two files? Sorry, I have imported two libraries. One was your matplot, another was your Seaborn. Seaborn कब तक use नहीं किया, but let's try using a Seaborn. So Seaborn can also give, so SNS dot, let me say distribution plot. Will it work or not? I'm not sure because some functions have been removed, but should work according to me. Okay. So whether you say distribution plot, whether you say HIST, in a way you are doing the same thing. Don't ask me the question what is difference between dist plot and height, dist plot and histogram. They are one and the same. Only difference is when you are using SNS, you are using your Seaborn. Previously, you were using Matplot, but aim is same to get the histograms. Done, guys? Remember, I had shared one file, empty cast. याद आ रहा है सबको? Read the empty cast file, everyone. Quickly read the empty cast file within a minute. Read the empty cast file. फाइल का नाम क्या था एग्जैक्टली? अरे स्पेलिंग क्या थी? कैपिटल एम, बाकी सारी चीजें छोड़ी. empty cast file read, empty cast dot head. सब लोग प्लीज फाइल रीड करो, लेट मी नो. Okay, guys, one second. Okay, can people see the screen? Can people see the screen? So, have you ever seen these type of representation? Let me say so basically what I've done is I've said rainfall in India shown on map 2022. So based upon the colors, you get an indication. So for example, if there is a very heavy rainfall somewhere, more than average, probably it is shown in your blue color. If there is a little less rainfall, then it's shown in your green color. If it is further less, then white. And then if it is very less, then probably it might be shown in red, right? So different colors show you the variations, right? So this type of, please एक मिनट बात नहीं करो, this type of variations is known as your heat map, right? So based upon, so let's say कभी ऐसी movies देखी जिसमें based upon your different part of your body will have a different temperature. So जहाँ पे ज़्यादा heat होती है वो red दिखने लगता है, right? So that is known as your heat map, right? So basically what I'm going to do is I'm trying to create one heat map which would show you the colors. But before I show the heat map, I hope people remember what is the correlation matrix. Last person, you tell me what is correlation matrix? What is correlation matrix? Screen को देखो, समझता है? I want answer in English. Then apart from that, अभी से वो बोलेगा. What is correlation matrix? What information it gives to the user? Okay. Value of x equal to y, y equal to x. What is this? तुम बताओ, last person. What is correlation matrix? English में बोलो answer. Okay. So what would be the range? 0 to 1. यही सिखाया मैंने. -1 to +1. Okay. सबने correlation matrix build किया. Again, let me do a recap. So, do you notice the diagonal element would always be 1, right? How many columns I have? Can you notice the column names are over here? The same names you can see on your x-axis also and on your y-axis also. And it will show the correlation between any two variables, right? Any two columns at any given time. So diagonal element is 1. Why? Because this is nothing but correlation between MPG and MPG. Correlation between A comma A would always be 1. What is this minus 0.85162? It is correlation between your MPG and cylinder. And the same thing gets repeats over here. So it is symmetric around the diagonal. The values below and above the diagonal would always be same. And since correlation is between your -1 to +1, the values in correlation matrix would also be between your -1 to +1. ये है simple explanation. ठीक है? Okay. सब लोग please build करो इतना, and then let's move ahead. Now what I can do is I can say SNS dot heat map. SNS dot heat map, and it will take this as an input. It will take this as a input. So on your y-axis, do you notice the color coding is also given? Color coding दिखता है? If the values are negative 0.75, then color is dark. If the values move towards your red, then it is close to 0. And if the values are, सबसे ऊपर वाले color क्या बोलेंगे? Saffron or whatever, मुझे नहीं पता. Then the values are towards your 1, right? So it is starting from -0.75. I think -0.75 is the lowest number, and that is why it is starting from that point. Okay, and it is moving towards your 1. Okay, is something missing in this graph? कुछ missing लगता है? Numbers. अगर numbers आ जाए तो मजा आ जाए, right? So I got the colors, but then based upon the color, I can get an idea that in which cell what would be the number. But अगर numbers आ जाए, then it would be great. So what I can do is I can say annotation. Annote equal to true. Now do you notice the numbers also come? But see one second, guys. So numbers, it is finding the correlation, your 6 digits after decimal, right? It is finding the correlation 6 digit after decimal. Then what I can do is I can say, let me say dot round. Will it work or not? I'm not sure. Otherwise, I'll round and let me say 3. So this time it gives you the numbers only till 3 digits in decimal. What I can do is I can increase the figure size also. Figure को change कर दो. PLT dot figure. Fig size equal to, let me say, 8,8. Now this graph looks quite good. So you have the color coding also, and you have the numbers also in 2 digits in decimal. Don't take 1 digit till decimal. It will give you a false impression. Now, if you are buying a car and MPG is one of the variables which you want to decide, then you can look into several factors, that which all factors will impact the MPG, miles per gallon. So wherever you see positive, it means mileage will increase.
So can you show the code?
Done, guys? आ रहा है सबको समझ में? Doesn't show you the color. दिखाएगा भाई, क्यों नहीं दिखाएगा? दिखाओ. हमारा जीवन काला हो गया है. No problem. Now, this is the default color it has taken, but I can change the color over here also. I can change the color over here also. You cannot change the color of each and every cell, but you can choose the shading. You can choose the shading. So let me go over here and I say something like this. Colors and heat map. Python Seaborn. Okay, so this is gallery. I don't think it will give me the code. No, it gives me the code. Okay, so ये आ गया. उसने बोला color map. So just use some color map and see what happens. So this color map is yellow, green, blue. Can you notice why YL is for your yellow, GN is your green and blue. So it gives you this thing. Otherwise, C map equal to blue. Let me say C map equal to BU, BU. What is this? Blue and purple. It seems to be blue and purple. Blue and purple. So you choose some of the shades which you want to. And obviously, don't try to remember all these things. It would be wastage of your memory. ठीक है? उसको अच्छी चीजें याद करने में लगाओ. ठीक है? Whenever you want to change it, I have already told you the option. And come back and choose it. Color mapping, whichever shade you want to choose. Okay? And it has given the documentation also कि तुम्हारा shade कैसा लगेगा. ठीक है ना? So if you want to. And now again, don't ask me that which color should I choose. That is your choice. जो आंखों को अच्छा लगे. वैसे ये अच्छा लग रहा है मेरे को ना. Okay. So how many types of plots we have done? We have done a heat map, we have done a histogram, then we have done a line chart, scatter plot. Okay. Let's move ahead and let's go towards our box plot. You tell me what is box plot. Box plot पहले कभी बताया है? Theory में याद करो. बताया है ना? Tell me what is box plot. What information does it conveys to as a person? One second, she will answer.
It will show.
One second. I'll give you enough time, but I have asked this question to someone else. Yes, tell me what is box plot? What information does it gives to the user? Outlier तो बताता है, but वो साथ में कुछ और भी बताता है. We all are waiting for your answer. बताइए. तुम बताओ. हाँ. कोडिंग तो तुम्हारी अच्छी याद है. देखें थ्योरी कुछ याद है कि नहीं? What is box plot? तुम्हारे पीछे वाले को बोला है. तुम्हारे लिए भी क्वेश्चन आएगा. वेट करो. घर में पढ़ते नहीं हो तुम लोग? Okay, someone was from online. He was trying to answer. Please go ahead and answer the question. Whoever was there. I missed this.
It will show the distribution, central value, and variability बताता है.
Can you again repeat your answer, please?
Sir, it will show the distribution, central value, and variables बताता है different.
Okay, so in a way he has given me the right answer. Anyone else जिसने अब तक notes देख लिए हैं बताना चाह रहा है? So remember, I would have shown you this kind of type of diagram. कैसे होगा तुम लोग का? So it shows you this type of distribution. याद आ रहा है सबको? याद करो, आज से कई करोड़ साल पहले हम लोगों ने करा है तुम लोग के हिसाब से. It shows you,
it will show 5 point information.
It gives you 5 data points, right? Yes. So this would be your first data point, second, 4, 5, and 3 would be somewhere over here. So this is your minimum value. This is your first quartile, Q1. It is also known as your 25th percentile. Just check your notes. ये सारी चीजें करिए. And this would be your median. And this would be your 75th percentile. And this would be your maximum. 75th percentile is also known as your third quartile, or you can say Q3. Median obviously is known as your Q2, or it is also known as your 50th percentile. वो वाली क्लास याद करो जब मैंने तुम लोग को ये फॉर्मूला बताया था, P/100 into n+1, याद आ रहा है? Percentile where P is your percentile, right? Right. So median is nothing but a percentile only, right? So box plot can be used to find the outlier. Okay, this is one thing which you should remember. But if outliers are there, it's not necessary that outliers would always be there. But if they are there, अगर हैं तो क्या होगा? So if outliers are there, let me just remove this. The stylus is not working proper, I think. If outliers are there, then they would be shown something like this. If they are there. So what is this? This is outlier on higher side. Outlier on the higher side. The high values which are far away from the mean. Outliers can be on the lower side also. Okay. Outliers on your lower side. Okay. Now let's go ahead and build a box plot. So building the box plot is very simple. I can just say SNS dot box plot and pass the data. So let's do one thing. Let me pass this same data. कौन सा data था? Let me pass this data. LCN dot, let's say height, or LCN dot lung cap, or whatever. LCN dot height. Is there any outlier? कोई outlier दिखता है? Doesn't seems to be. कोई outlier as such नहीं दिखता. But if I plot something like this, CR dot applicant income, should I get an outlier? Answer is yes, I should get many outliers. Can you notice all these points are outliers? So there are, most of the people are earning within a very small range, but then there could be many people, there could be few people who are earning very high. So all those are your outliers. So how did I build the how did I build the box plot? Very simple. SNS is the name of your library. Import cbon SNS and pass your data. Whichever data, on whichever data you wish to build the plot, just plot it. And I hope one thing is clear. The way you change the color will remain the same. Color equal to whatever. The way you put your title, the way you put your whatever will remain the same. Please take 5 minutes and try practice. And theory तुम लोग याद करके आया करो please. Done? Any doubt, any questions? सबका आ रहा है? अच्छा, now let's try to build. So let's build more than one box plot for our comparison. Acha. Remember one, do you guys remember one thing that while studying our pandas, I had used a concept of group by use किया था. And remember, I had asked one question: is the income of educated graduates or non-graduates same? याद आ रहा है? जिसमें कुछ लोगों ने पहले बोला था नहीं कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता. So remember, if I say CR dot group by, and if I say education, and then I say applicant, यार क्या स्पेलिंग एप्लीकेंट इनकम की यहाँ से उठा लेते हैं. applicant income dot me. So over here I can show the difference between the income using a numbers. It gives me the information that the mean income is not same for graduates or non-graduates, right? But if I want to showcase the thing that is the income, what is the income distribution between your graduates and non-graduates? So what I can do is I will use the very same technique, but this time I want two plots. One plot should be for your graduates and another plot should be for your non-graduates. I want two plots, one plot for graduates, another for my non-graduates. So मैं क्या करूँगा? I'll use the approach of x comma y. So what should be my x? My x should be my CR dot columns पहले उठा लेते हैं. X should be my education. X should be my education. And what should be my y? My y should be applicant income. My y should be from my applicant income. Okay. Now I have given what is education. Education is the name of a column. What is applicant income? Applicant income is the name of a column. But from where will these columns come? We as a person know that these are the columns in my CR data frame. But software को कैसे पता चलेगा? I need to tell them because the name of these columns can be somewhere. So I need to tell, take these columns from this data equal to CR. Now do you notice you get two histograms, one for your graduates, another for your non-graduates. Can you notice the income distribution for graduate is much higher, right, compared to your non-graduates? Okay, again let me repeat. So X is education. So do you notice in education there were two categories, graduate and non-graduate. So it is coming on your x-axis and the values obviously will come on your y-axis. Since I'm giving the name of the columns, I need to tell किस data frame से column लेना. So I'm saying data equal to CR. Okay, please go ahead and draw it. काश तुम लोग भी ग्रेजुएट्स के आउटलायर्स में आ जाओ, वो भी हायर वाले में तो कितना बढ़िया हो जाएगा ना. Okay, let's do one thing. So let's take this data set, guys, and let me discuss this data set, and probably you will understand few more things. So LCN dot head. पहले LCN का शेप लेते हैं, सब लोग प्लीज ध्यान से सुनो. And LCN dot head. Okay. So there are later on when we will do a linear regression. So this would be the first data on which I will build the model. ठीक है. I think Sunday को हम model build कर चुके होंगे. ठीक है. So lung cap, age, height, smoke, gender, and cesarean. So age is the age in your years. Height is your height in inches. Smoke, no and yes, whether the person smokes or not, no. Gender, male, female, self-explanatory. Cesarean, no and yes. So cesarean, no and yes is like how the baby was born, whether it was a normal delivery or through a operation. Okay. Then this is your lung capacity. So lung capacity is the volume of air your lungs can hold in cc. Okay, na? So volume of your both the lungs. Okay, na? So volume of lung probably can depend upon your age. If the child is small, then his lungs would also be small. So the air or the volume would also be small. With age, probably the height will increase. And if height will increase, not only lungs, all the body organs will be of more size, whether it's heart, lung, kidney, whatever. Smoke, no and yes, controversial. I don't know whether it impacts or not. Gender, can gender impact the lung capacity? Obviously, yes, because gender will impact your height. Naturally, males have more height and females have little less height. So जिसकी height ज़्यादा होगी, उसके सारे organs भी बड़े होंगे, right? So whether it's heart, organ बड़े होना मतलब brain बड़े होने से ज़्यादा sharp नहीं हो जाएगा कोई, ठीक है? But obviously, the size of the heart of a person who is 6 feet and a person who is just 2 feet would be different, right? And naturally, the males are have more height, so probably they're organ. And cesarean. So cesarean, no and yes, whether how the baby was born. So sometimes if it is a premature baby, then the growth may be little less and it may impact your overall development. Okay. Now, if I want to compare, is the lung capacity of male and female same? Then what I can do, can I use the very same technique over here? इसी को कॉपी कर लेते हैं, नीचे डाल देते हैं. Then instead of education, what I can do, I can say gender. I want two plot, one for male and one for female. And I want to see the lung capacity. So volume of air your lungs can hold. And data, I will say LCN. So I got two plots, one for male category and one for female category. So everyone, please do a plot. But plot के साथ साथ तुम्हें एक चीज और बतानी है. RD or instead of R, is the lung cap same for both or is it different? Both means male and female. क्या दोनों की same है या different है? And I'll ask someone to explain. Keep one thing in mind, ग्राफ तुम्हारे सामने है, उसको समझना तुम्हें ही है, कोई और आके नहीं समझ सकता. Plot it and explain it to me. If you want to convince that lung capacities are same, then what would you say? If you think they are different, then what would you say? सामने वाले को convince कैसे करोगे? Take 5 minutes. Not 5 minutes. Let me pick the lucky candidate. आप बताओ. The person next to you. So what would you like to say? Are the lung capacities same or are they different? And if they are same, then why do you say so? If they are different, then why do you say so? Supporting statements. Wait. Let her try. हाँ या ना? And how do you say so? Median is higher for males. Okay. Any other point? Nothing? Okay. In a way, what she said is right, but probably you can make your answer a little more better. Let's take this up. I'll not say the answer was wrong. See, whenever you have these type of plots, now, always do one-on-one comparison. One-on-one comparison. So it means you should compare your minimum with minimum. Isko compare karo. So which category has advantage? Can I say males have advantage? Little bit. If you compare 25th percentile, then also males have advantage, right? If you compare median value, then also they have advantage. If you compare a 75th percentile, then also they have advantage. If you compare your maximum value, then also they have advantage. So so I can say overall, the lung capacity of males are more than the females. Okay, this is how you do the comparison. You do the study. Okay, don't try to compare uska maximum with uska minimum, right? Okay. Now, let's come back over here. Let's take a little column which is little significant. Significant as in which is little impactful. What about smoke? क्या लगता है smokers का कुछ होगा? Smokers की lung capacity ज़्यादा होगी, low होगी, and why do you say so? Because you don't smoke? Biologically, okay. So what do? I say x equal to smoke, y equal to lung cap. Instead of gender, हमने smoke डाल दिया. So I get two graphs, one for no and one for yes. So no means person doesn't smokes. Yes means the person smokes. Now tell me which category is in advantage? Yes वाले या no वाले? Advantage means किसकी capacity ज्यादा है? मुझे आंसर सिर्फ इस ग्राफ की बेसिस पे चाहिए. तुम्हारी जो थिंकिंग है उसके बेसिस पे नहीं चाहिए. Thinking as in what you are already biased with. I want the answer based upon this data frame and these numbers. Which people have higher lung capacity? Are these yes or these no's? सब लोग वैसा ही कंपैरिजन करो जैसे मैंने अभी बताया है. Compare your min with min, 25 with 25, max with max, median with median, and then let me know your answer. क्या है आंसर? यस वालों की ज्यादा लगती है. सो इसका मतलब क्या है? स्मोक करना चालू कर दोगे? नहीं, ऐसा नहीं. बट लेट्स टेक दिस अप. So what do you want to say? It is more here. So it means it is advantageous. But data तो बोल रहा है कि more है. But data says it's more. Okay. ठीक है, ठीक. अच्छा, I don't know biologically, I don't know क्या होता है. But let's compare this thing. So if I compare the minimum value, then smokers have an advantage. If I compare the 25th percentile, then smokers have the advantage. If I compare the median value, then again smokers. Guys, please 1 second. Smokers have the advantage. If I compare the 75th percentile, smokers have the advantage. But if I compare the maximum value, non-smokers have the advantage. Can you notice? So leaving your maximum value, in rest all categories, smokers are having advantage. ऐसा क्यों? ऐसा तो नहीं. डेटा इज प्लेइंग विद द ब्रेन. हमारे दिमाग के से खेल रहा है. और यह डेटा के हिसाब से हम अपना फेवरेबल रिजल्ट भी निकाल सकते हैं. जैसा मैनेजर कहे हम वैसा रिपोर्ट तैयार करते हैं. कोई प्रॉब्लम. ठीक है. देखो अब हो क्या रहा है. कैन समवन थिंक व्हाई दिस इज हैपनिंग? सो मैक्सिमम, इवन you can ignore the maximum value because we know that maximum value is influenced by the outlier. There may be one person or who has extremely high capacity, lung capacity, because of that his height may be very much or something, right? So maximum values are always influenced by the outlier. So if I ignore that maximum value, rest all the categories, smokers are having the advantage. ऐसा क्यों? We already know that smoking is injurious, it is harmful. बट डेटा में ऐसा गलत क्यों दिख रहा है? सी, अगर डेटा में गलत दिख रहा है, इफ द प्रॉब्लम इज कमिंग फ्रॉम द डेटा, देन आंसर विल आल्सो कम फ्रॉम डेटा. अब डेटा को ध्यान से देखो और लेट मी नो द आंसर. व्हाट इज दिस प्रॉब्लम? व्हाई दिस प्रॉब्लम इज कमिंग? Why is the capacity of smokers seems to be high?
Sir, I think it's depend on age.
It depends upon
age.
Age, yes. So Bhupesh, what Bhupesh? And Bhupesh, can you explain your answer a little more? Little more. One or two.
We have एज कम होगी सर तो उसकी लंग की जो कैपेसिटी है वो भी कम होगी, और एज हायर होगी तो लंग की कैपेसिटी भी हायर होगी.
Okay, and then how does it combines with the smoking? इसमें स्मोकिंग का रोल
जिसकी तो कम एज रहेगी वो स्मोकिंग तो करेगा नहीं.
Yes, that's a perfectly right answer. See guys, now मैंने क्या बोला था, आंसर भी डेटा से ही आएगा. So let me say LCN dot age dot describe. Okay. So what is the minimum age over here? Minimum age is 3 years. छोटा सा बच्चा है. And maximum is going till 19. And median is 13. It means half of the audience is less than 13 years. Right? And normally, trust me guys, person at age 3, 4, 5, 6, 13, or even 12 or 13 is not likely to smoke. At least वो teenager तो पहुंचा होगा. At least अगर US का भी डेटा है जहाँ पे लोग जल्दी स्मोक कर लेते हैं. So all these people who are below 13 or 14, they would be non-smokers and they would be child. And since their age would be less, their height would also be less. And if their height is less, their lung capacity has to be less. So basically in non-smoker category, you are having those people also who are of very less age, right? And that is why you can see the difference. Let's do one thing. Let me pull out all those people who are, तुम्हें क्या लगता है, at by what age the person will start smoking? At least 14, 15 तो होगा, या 17? Then only he would have started smoking. Let me say LCN and LCN dot age. And let me say greater than 17. Let's assume the person would be greater than 17 and then only he would have started smoking. So what I'll do, I'll take this thing, I'll put this thing, and instead of LCN, I'll put LCN 1. Now do you notice the things just change? The nodes have very higher capacity and yes have very less capacity. Okay. So I have proved with data point that smoking is harmful. So अब से smoke मत करना, ठीक है? Okay, ठीक है? So whenever you get some graph which doesn't looks good to you as in which doesn't, it changes your thought process, try to investigate that data. है ना? Try to investigate the data. I hope people are clear. है ना? ये लाइन सबको क्लियर हो रही ना? ऐसा कोड हम लोग ने पहले भी डिस्कस किया है. Remember? I had taken one problem statement. I want to select all those people who are earning more than $4,000. Over there, I have written this kind of code. So over here, you can write a comment. Select the people who are above 17. Or if you want, you can say greater than or equal to 17. The graph will change slightly. Okay, now take a 10 minutes break. Don't take it more than 10. Okay? 10 minutes का break लो because go quickly, come soon करो. That's good. Okay, guys, so let's get started. And okay. Okay, so any doubt till this point? Can I have some answer? No doubt? No? Okay. And we have seen a box plot. We have seen our what? We have seen a histogram, heat map, line chart, scatter plot, right? So let's continue. We are nearing towards the end for the plots. And let's see a pie chart. Pie chart. So what is pie chart? Pie chart सबने देखा है? सबने देखा ही है लाइफ में. So those who haven't seen, just go there and say pie chart. And so pie chart is like a pie, right? Like a pizza. It is round and then you have some numbers over there. Okay. Let me say. Let's take some data from here. It's a pie chart data. Or otherwise I can create artificial data also. Let's do one thing. Let me say the stream and number of candidates. Okay. So let me say stream as home science. और कौन सी stream हो सकती है? Electronics. Let me say mechanical. Let me say civil. एक और डाल देते हैं भाई. कोई और ब्रांच बताओ प्लीज. Automobile. Okay, automobile is a separate stream. Okay, I thought it's a part of mechanical, but okay, let's take it as a separate. And let's put some numbers over there. So let me say in com science, I have some 50,000 enrollments, and electronics, it was 32590, whatever. Mechanical, it was 30. Let me say 27,468. Civil, it was 20,100, and auto, it was, let me say, how much? Let me say it was just 5,000. Okay. It was just 5,000. Kya problem hai bhai? Okay. Now I want to build a pie chart. Okay. So what I'll do, I'll say SNS.pie chart. Let me know once you have done this thing. So what I can say plt.py, and what all options does it takes? Let me say x equal to stream. And then what does it takes? And then let me say number of candidates. Kuch missing lakha hai. Let I'll find it out. Gives an error. Let's remove this thing. वैसा आ रहा है ये. So only thing is I need to add the labels. So how can I add the labels? Let me say labels will work. Labels equal to stream. Label equal to stream. And labels भी आ सकता है, and then it can also be your names. No, not name. I think labels should work. Labels equal to stream. So fair enough. So I get this. So can you notice I got a pie chart, plt.py. What is number of candidates, guys? So number of candidates is a list which contains the numbers. And from where would you get the labels? You get the labels from your stream. So do you notice the area of the comp is the highest? The area of the comp is highest. So larger the area, more is the value. जिसका area ज़्यादा होगा, उसकी value ज़्यादा रहेगी. Or you can say if the value is more, then the area would be more, right? So the pie chart is used when you want to when you have the numbers for each and every categories. Okay. Is something missing? Numbers, or I can say percentages are missing. I can add a percentage. Okay. So itna karo and then let's try to add a percentage. There is an option as your auto percentage. This is the option as auto percentage. Use this option. सब लोग please plot करो. Okay, guys, please have a look. सब लोग please यहाँ पे देखो. So what I'm doing, I'm using an auto percentage option. अब ध्यान से देखो. What I'm doing, I'm saying percentage and then I'm saying percentage to F. Can you notice a dot? After dot, I have given 2F. So it means it is giving me answer 2 digits after decimal. If I say 1F, it will give me answer 1 digit after decimal. Okay, if you give 3F, then it will give you 3 digits after decimal. So what is F? F stands for your float. It stands for your float, and the digit stands for how many digits you want after decimal. If you want the answer in round digits, just pass 0. Just pass 0. Okay. So it will calculate the percentage and assign the percentage. I copy this thing, I put it over here, and I say, comma, explode. I want to explode it, and 0, 0, 0.1, 0, 0.1. Okay. Now, everyone, please have a look over here. If you see this graph, or rather, if you see this pie chart, What do you think user wants to highlight? क्या हाईलाइट करना चाह रहा है वो इशारों इशारों में? Does he wants you to focus on mechanical and auto? Right? That is what he is trying to bring a focus to, and that is why he has exploded it. थोड़ा सा बाहर निकाल दिया. Right? So I want to draw a comparison between mechanical and auto. So what I have done is I have used this parameter explode. How many categories do I have? I have 5 categories. 5 categories हैं? Yes, no. Yes. Mechanical is coming at the 3rd position. So do you notice at the 3rd position I've given 0.1, and then auto is again coming at your 5th position. So for 5th position I've given again 0.1. So whether you want to take 0.1 or 0.2, that is your choice. If you increase the number, वो और ज़्यादा explode कर जाएगा. Suppose you say 0.9, तो पूरा बाहर ही चला जाएगा. ठीक है ना? तो थोड़ा सा explode कर दिया, so that I just want to highlight the portion where I'm more interested. ठीक है? So how does it work? It works explode. So you are having 5 levels. So you will give the explode for each level. ठीक है? Okay, what is difference between a pie and a donut? एक पिज्जा और डोनट में क्या फर्क है? शेप का, स्वाद का नहीं. Donut has a hole between, right? So मैं एक ऐसा डाल दूंगा. अब ये डोनट चार्ट बन गया. देखो जरा, is it a donut chart now? Is it a donut chart? बीच में एक सर्कल दिख रहा है. So how did I get this donut chart? Please एक मिनट यहाँ पे देखना. How did I get this donut chart? So I got this donut chart by using the edge proportions. ठीक है? The best way to understand this parameter is if I change this value. सब लोग please ध्यान से देखना. When it is 0.5, it is something like this. When I say 0.6, 0.7, do you notice what is happening? दिख रहा है? So donut is slowly going to become pie chart. So if you keep on decreasing, let's say you change it to 0.9, then you change it to, let's say, 0.4, then you change it to further 0.3, then you change it to 0.2. अब ये डोनट नहीं रह गया है, अब ये कुछ और हो गया है. रिंग चार्ट यू कैन से और व्हाटएवर. ठीक है? उंगली में पहनने जैसा हो गया. ठीक है? 0.2, 0.1. So that is again your choice, whichever type of chart you want to build. There is no right or wrong answer over here. Okay, so but I have told you what will happen if you increase or decrease the width. Yes. Which नहीं edge proportion. DICT is dictionary. It is creating a dictionary with equal to 0.5. वो wedge जो दिख रहा है ना, उसका W silent actually. Edge proportion sir. Done guys? तो देखो मैंने तुम लोग की भूख भी मिटा दी, पाई भी खिला दिया, डोनट भी खिला दिया। Let's see our last main plot, bar plot, and then whatever plot we'll do, it would be variations of whatever plot we have done. Bar plot. So bar plot is where you depict the something based upon your bars. So let me say, if I want to depict the same thing, I want to show the same numbers on my bar plot. What I can say, plt dot bar, and I will say what, x and height. So let me say x equal to, x is what? This stream, will it work? स्क्रीन नहीं दिख रही? ऐसा कैसे पॉसिबल है कि स्क्रीन ना दिख रही हो? देख ही रही होगी। देखो अभी दिख रही है। नेट गया है? नहीं, नेट कनेक्टेड है। तुम लोग का नेट गया होगा, मैं किसी दूसरे नेट पर कनेक्टेड हूँ। Number of candidates. Those who have joined online, guys, are they able to see my screen? Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yes, thank you. Okay, so okay. Those who are in class, guys, take a minute. Try logging. So I have joined to my mobile. So class का net गया होगा, but मेरा चल रहा है. Logged in back. Okay, so plt.bar. What is stream? You have already created the stream variable. The stream is nothing but this variable, right? It contains the name of each and every streams and number of candidates. So for each stream, what are the candidates? Okay. So from this graph, you can easily understand that for which category you have more number of candidates. Okay. And again, if you want, you can add the plt.title, plt.xlabel, plt.ylabel. That is your choice. If you want, you can change the color. Color change करना है, मुझे blue पसंद नहीं है, तो हम इसको कर देते हैं लाल. So study the plot using coding, what we are doing today. But later on, you will study it using your what? Using your Tableau and Power BI. Then you can create much more powerful graphs, and those graphs would be interactive also. Interactive graphs तो हम लोग Python में build कर सकते हैं. Okay, can we change the color of each and every bar? क्या हर एक बार का कलर चेंज कर सकते हैं? Let's try creating a list. 6 colors के नाम बताओ. No, there are 5 colors, right? So red, blue, green, और कोई नाम? Yellow, Kodak, orange. हो गया. So there were 5 categories. So give the name of 5 colors. And it would be one-on-one mapping. The first color will go to the first bar. The second would to the second bar. The third would to the third bar. So on and so forth. Done. Shall we move ahead? Okay, so your all the main plots have been covered. Now, whatever plots we will see that there would be kind of variations or just add on. So let me say Voilen plot. So Voilen plot kar lete hain. Let me take the same data which I had taken earlier. Ajay, tell me, does this shape looks like a Voilen? Voilen जैसा दिखता है? Voilen जो instrument होता है, वैसा दिखता है? Now, from this graph, everyone stop your coding and try understanding what this graph will convey to me. So I have said Voilen plot. You already know x. What is this? X equal to smoke. What is x equal to lung capacity? Theta equal to LCN. We have discussed before the break. Now, from this graph, what meaning does it convey? हमेशा लाइफ में एक चीज याद रखना, ग्राफ में बी वेरी ब्यूटीफुल, इट मे बी वेरी कलरफुल, बट इफ यू कैनॉट अंडरस्टैंड एंड इफ यू कैनॉट एक्सप्लेन, देन इट हैज नो वैल्यू. अगर तुमने कोई बहुत कॉम्प्लिकेटेड ग्राफ बनाया है एंड पर्सन कैनॉट अंडरस्टैंड, इट इज ऑफ नो यूज. Within a graph, if you are showing so many things, again, it is of no use. We are building the graph because humans can understand graph little earlier or little faster. अगर उसको भी खराब कर दिया तो फिर फायदा नहीं है, ठीक है ना? Now, from this graph, what does this graph conveys to you? Or how should we read this graph? A kind, you can say a little bit similar to, it is a little bit similar to the box plot. Anything else you would like to convey to the person? Normal distribution, is it normal distribution? I don't think it should be used for normal distribution, but in a way it may give an impression that it's a normal distribution. Dekho, now, how to look into these type of graphs? It is quite easy, simple. Yes. See, what is this? This no is a category and yes is also a category. And on your y-axis, you have the numbers. So do you notice that when it is no, then most of the people are in this range. Most of the people are in this range. So the range may be somewhere, let's say around 10 to kind of 6. And when it is yes, then most of the people are in this wider range, or you can say in this range. Do you notice it is quite fat over here? So in whichever range the people are more, it would be little thick over there. And within that thing, do you notice यहाँ बीच में एक box plot भी आता हुआ दिखता है, छोटा सा एक box plot, right? So inherently it's a box plot only, but it tells you that in which range. So most of the people, so in yes category, if you notice that most of the people would be falling in this range. Okay. And in yes category, sorry, in no category, most of the people would be falling in this range. That is what it gives you. Okay, na? Please draw a box plot. स्क्रीन दिख रहा है? अभी मैंने एक फाइल दी थी ना, churn फाइल, churn डेटा. Read that file. Read the churn फाइल. बहुत देर हो गया कि डेटा पे काम करते हुए. Let's change the data. Quickly read it, please, within a minute. Pardon? Okay. You can leave. But make sure whatever is missed, you correct it, covered. सबने फाइल रीड करा? Okay, so this data set we have already discussed once, right? So you have multiple lines, internet service, and all those things. So churn dot, let me say, you can see the churn dot columns. These are the columns. Okay. So can you notice there is one column known as payment method? Payment method जैसा column दिखता है. So payment method as in what is the method of payment which people are using, right? So I want to find what type of payment normally the audience is using. So based upon that, I will try to promote that type of payment method so that people are more comfortable. Okay. So what I can do is, one is I can obviously look into the payment method and I can say dot value dot underscore counts. So it will give me the count also. But this is through the numbers value count function you are already familiar with. We have used multiple times. But the same thing I want to denote it through a graph. Okay. So what I can do is I can either you go for your bar plot, or what you can do is you can build your count plot also. I can say SNS dot count plot, and then I will say X equal to payment method, X equal to payment method. And then I'll say data equal to churn. कोई प्रॉब्लम हो रहा है? str has no data equal to churn. Okay. Data equal to churn. Yes. So it is the name of a data frame, right? It is the name of a data frame. So you can see. So this thing is getting. So basically, what you can do is you can reduce the name. You can shorten these names. ठीक है ना? Otherwise, names are overlapping. अच्छा guys, एक चीज देख रहे हैं यहाँ पे. So can you notice that names are getting overlapped? Names are getting overlapped. Why? Because names are very big. Names are very big. So bank transfer, automatic, all this. So what I can do is I can tilt it. So I can say plt dot xtick, and then I can say rotation. Rotation की spelling. Equal to, let me say, 45. Can you notice? Now do you notice the name of each and every bar is written not exactly on the x-axis. It is little bit tilted. So that problem of overlapping has vanished. Can you notice? Right? So what should be the angle? That is your choice. So I have taken 45. If you want, you can take 15. Or if you want, you can take 30. That is your choice. और अगर तुम 90 लोगे तो it would be exactly vertical. Okay? और तुमने अगर 90 से ज्यादा लिया तो I don't know what will happen. But फिर भी करके देख लो. इंसान है हम लोग, है ना, तो मन में जस्ट विल डाउन, ठीक है, ठीक है. So better is you take an angle somewhere around 45. That is what I feel good. But then again, it is your choice. There is no right and wrong answer over there. Okay? So it will just rotate what it is written on the bar. Okay. So remember, guys, one thing over here. See, now let's try to do our kind of a little different type of analysis. So method of billing. Do you remember while doing your working, I had said take your churn as your target variable. याद आ रहा है? No को 0 mark करना, yes को 1, and then probably do your sampling, whatever. Right? So for example, let me say this churn is your target variable. So does churn has any role with your this thing? अभी हमने कौन सा लिया था? Does churn has any role with your payment method? क्या उसका कोई रोल हो सकता है? I don't know. But let's try to see it through the graph. So as of now, this graph was built using what? In this graph, I have used only one variable, से payment method use किया. But if I want to see if payment method has any role with your churn, it means if person who is doing payment through electronic check, is he more likely to leave or not leave? A person who is doing payment through your mail check, is he more likely to leave or not leave? If I want to do that type of analysis, then what I can do is I can say, यहाँ पे एक hue लगा देंगे. I'll put a hue over here. As of now, hue is none. So I'll say hue. Okay. So hue equal to, what was the name of that column? Churn, capital C के साथ है ना? CHURN. Okay, so I think this should be put in quotes. So now do you notice? आप सब लोग ग्राफ को ध्यान से देखो. So how many categories churn takes? It takes 2 categories, no and yes. It takes 2 categories, no and yes. So for each category no is denoted in your blue. Category yes is denoted in your orange. Can you notice this legend? And for each category no and yes, you are having these 4 graphs जो अभी हमने ऊपर create किए, right? So electronic, mail, bank, credit card, whatever. एक सेकंड पहले मैं ग्राफ समझा रहा हूँ, वो समझ में आ रहा है? कोडिंग का पार्ट अलग से आएगा, ठीक है? So again, I'm try understanding the graph. So what I have done is there is one column churn, that is your no and yes. Okay, so no and yes. So in this graph, do you notice I get 2 things, no and yes, as a legend, and for each category I get 2 graphs. I get electronic check, mail check, bank transfer, credit card. So for your electronic check, do you notice? For electronic check, do you notice there is no big difference between yes and no? It means when the people are paying through electronic check, there is no difference between whether they will leave the organization or will not leave, whether they leave the subscription or not leave the subscription. But for the mailed one, can you notice? No का बार कुछ ज़्यादा ही बड़ा है. So it means if a person is trying to do through the payment through check, he is very likely to leave. And quite obvious, जिसको बार बार चेक लिख के देना है वो शायद आज नहीं तो कल तुम्हारा सब्सक्रिप्शन छोड़ देगा. So best is you get him pay through online. Bank transfer automatic. So again, bank transfer again, the number of people leaving are more. And credit card. So people who are paying through credit card, there are also chances of like leaving are more. Electronic check. So if people are paying through some this cashless method or whatever, their chances of leaving or not leaving are probably same. Now go ahead and do your coding. So what did I do? I just added a hue as done. Nothing more than that. Okay, so I think that's it from my side for today. So let's build the agenda for tomorrow. So tomorrow when we'll meet, we will see one. I'll give you one program. Please baat nahi karo piche. I'll give you one program which will remove outliers. Okay? Outlier remove करने का एक program मैं दूंगा. Always keep it handy. No matter how big or small data set is, just invoke that program and it will remove your outliers in a flash. Okay, and then I think in hypothesis I need to discuss Chai and ANOVA. Okay, Chai and ANOVA. So outlier program will not take more than 10 minutes. Chai and ANOVA. सब लोग कल पढ़ के आएंगे what is hypothesis testing. Okay, it is a very basic requirement for Chai and ANOVA, and probably I'll ask one or two people to explain it. Okay, Chai and ANOVA, and followed by this, so we will do a coding also. Coding will take 2 minutes. Theory may take 1 hour. And then definitely for 100% sure, tomorrow we are starting our data science. That is our linear regression. यहाँ से हम start करेंगे. So अगर किसी ने सोचा है कल की क्लास मिस करने का तो प्लीज मत मिस करना. एक बार ये क्लास में linear regression अगर नहीं सीखा तो फिर लाइफ भर वो थोड़ा मुश्किल होगा. ठीक है. The biggest and the most complicated topic in entire data science. Okay, linear regression definitely we will start, and by Sunday our linear regression coding should be over. So this linear regression theory I don't put any time, but I think at least 5 hours to jayegi with everything. Okay, linear regression क्या होता है? Linear regression is nothing but y is equal to mx plus c. अभी सोचो उस छोटी सी लाइन की इतनी बड़ी थ्योरी आएगी. ठीक है, लाइन पासिंग थ्रू ओरिजिन है ये. क्यों? हाँ, तो why should line always pass through equation? Line can pass through anywhere ना. It is an equation, I don't deny that. No, it is not. Y is equal to mx plus c can be any line. If c is 0, then line is passing through origin. गलत ना याद करो ना लोगों को समझाओ. ठीक है. Be very sure when you are speaking. ठीक है. Y is equal to mx plus c can be any line, but when c is 0, then it passes through origin. ठीक है. हाँ. ठीक है. So guys, this is the agenda for tomorrow. We will focus on Chi and ANOVA, outliers, and definitely we will start with the theory of linear regression. ठीक है. कल का टाइमिंग क्या दिया है मैंने? कितना? 10:30. ठीक है. अपना टिफिन लेके आओ और डोंट आस्क मी फॉर नंबर ऑफ डेज. ठीक है. सो विद दिस आई विल एंड द सेशन. थैंक यू फॉर जॉइनिंग.